Morning, everyone, and welcome to Counting Marathon on the day 62. Yeah, it's day 62 already, so we're gonna continue from 936,000. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for counting with me. Thank you for encouragement. Thank you for everything. And to have a blessed day. So let's go. 936,001, 936,002, 936,003, 936,004, 936,005, 936,006, 936,007, 936,008, 936,009, 936,010, 936,011, 936,012, 936,013, 936,014, 936,015, 936,016, 936,017, 936,018, 936,019, 936,020, 936,021, 936,022, 936,023, 936,024, 936,025, 936,026, 936,027, 936,028, 936,029, 936,030, 936,031, 936,032, 936,033, 936,034, 936,035, 936,036, 936,037, 936,038, 936,039, 936,040, 936,041, 936,042, 936,043, 936,044, 936,045, 936,046, 936,047, 936,048, 936,049, 936,050, 936,051, 936,052, 936,053, 936,054, 936,055, 936,056, 936,057, 936,058, 936,059, 936,060, 936,061, 936,062, 936,063, 936,064, 936,065, 936,066, 936,067, 936,068, 936,069, 936,070, 936,071, 936,072, 936,073, 936,074, 936,075, 936,076, 936,077, 936,078, 936,079, 936,080, 936,081, 936,082, 936,083, 936,084, 936,085, 936,986, 936,987, 936,988, 936,989, 936,090, 936,091, 936,092, 936,093, 936,094, 936,095, 936,096, 936,097, 936,098, 936,099, 936,100, 936,101, 936,102, 936,103, 936,104, 936,105, 936,106, 936,107, 936,108, 936,109, 936,110, 936,111, 936,112, 936,113, 936,114, 936,115, 936,116, 936,117, 936,118, 936,119, 936,120, 936,121, 936,122, 936,123, 936,124, 936,125, 936,126, 936,127, 936,128, 936,129, 936,130, 936,131, 936,132, 936,133, 936,134, 936,135, 936,136, 936,137, 936,138, 936,139, 936,140, 936,141, 936,142, 936,143, 936,144, 936,145, 936,146, 936,147, 936,148, 936,149, 936,150, 936,151, 936,152, 936,153, 936,154, 936,155, 936,156, 936,157, 936,158, 936,159, 936,160, 936,161, 936,162, 936,163, 936,164, 936,165, 936,166, 936,167, 936,168, 936,169, 936,170, 936,171, 936,172, 936,173, 936,174, 936,175, 936,176, 936,177, 936,178, 936,179, 936,180, 936,181, 936,182, 936,183, 936,184, 936,185, 936,186, 936,187, 936,188, 936,189, 936,190, 936,191, 936,192, 936,193, 936,194, 936,195, 936,196, 936,197, 936,198, 936,199, 936,200, 936,201, 936,202, 936,203, 136,204, 936,205, 936,206, 936,207, 936,208, 936,209, 936,210. 936,211, 936,212, 936,213, 936,214, 936,215, 936,216, 936,217, 936,218, 936,219, 936,220. 936,221, 936,222, 936,223, 936,224, 936,225, 936,226, 936,227, 936,228, 936,229, 936,230. 936,231, 936,232, 936,233, 936,234, 936,235, 936,236, 936,237, 936,238, 936,239, 936,240. 936,241, 936,242, 936,243, 936,244, 936,245, 936,246, 936,247, 936,248, 936,249, 936,250. 936,251, 936,252, 936,253, 936,254, 936,255, 936,256, 936,257, 936,258, 936,259, 936,260. 936,261, 936,262, 936,263, 936,264, 936,265, 936,266, 936,267, 936,268, 936,269, 936,270. 936,271, 936,272, 936,273, 936,274, 936,275, 936,276, 936,277, 936,278, 936,279, 936,280. 936,281, 936,282, 936,283, 936,283, 936,284, 936,285, 936,286, 936,287, 936,288, 936,289, 936,290. 936,291, 936,292, 936,293, 936,294, 936,295, 936,296, 936,297, 936,298, 936,299, 936,300. 936,301, 936,302, 936,303, 936,304, 936,305, 936,306, 936,307, 936,308, 936,309, 936,310. 936,311, 936,312, 936,313, 936,314, 936,315, 936,316, 936,317, 936,318, 936,319, 936,320. 936,321, 936,322, 936,323, 936,324, 936,325, 936,326, 936,327, 936,328, 936,329, 936,330. 936,231, 936,232, 936,233, 936,234, 936,235, 936,236, 936,237, 936,238, 936,239, 936,340. 936,241, 936,242, 936,243, 936,244, 936,245, 936,246, 936,247, 936,248, 936,249, 936,350. 936,251, 936,252, 936,253, 936,254, 936,255, 936,256, 936,257, 936,258, 936,259, 936,370. 936,271, 936,272, 936,273, 936,274, 936,275, 936,276, 936,277, 936,278, 936,279, 936,308. 936,281, 936,282, 936,283, 936,284, 936,285, 936,286, 936,287, 936,288, 936,289, 936,390. 936,291, 936,292, 936,293, 936,294, 936,295, 936,296, 936,297, 936,298, 936,299, 936,400. 936,401, 936,402, 936,403, 936,404, 936,405, 936,406, 936,407, 936,408, 936,409, 936,410. 936,411, 936,412, 936,413, 936,414, 936,415, 936,416, 936,417, 936,418, 936,419, 936,420. 936,421, 936,422, 936,423, 936,424, 936,425, 936,426, 936,427, 936,428, 936,429, 936,430. 936,431, 936,432, 936,433, 936,434, 936,435, 936,436, 936,437, 936,438, 936,439, 936,440, 936,441, 936,442, 936,443, 936,444, 936,445, 936,446, 936,447, 936,448, 936,449, 936,460, 936,461, 936,462, 936,463, 936,464, 936,465, 936,466, 936,467, 936,468, 936,469, 936,470, 936,471, 936,472, 936,473, 936,404, 936,405, 936,406, 936,407, 936,408, 936,409, 936,480, 936,481, 936,482, 936,483, 936,484, 936,485, 936,486, 936,487, 936,488, 936,489, 936,490, 936,491, 936,490, 936,493, 936,494, 936,495, 936,496, 936,497, 936,498, 936,499, 936,500, 936,501, 936,502, 936,503, 936,504, 936,505, 936,506, 936,507, 936,508, 936,509, 936,510, 936,511, 936,512, 936,513, 936,514, 936,515, 936,516, 936,517, 936,518, 936,519, 936,520, 936,521, 936,522, 936,523, 936,524, 936,525, 936,526, 936,527, 936,528, 936,529, 936,530, 936,531, 936,532, 936,533, 936,534, 936,535, 936,536, 936,537, 936,538, 936,539, 936,530, 936,531, 936,532, 936,533, 936,534, 936,535, 936,536, 936,537, 936,538, 936,539, 936,540, 936,541, 936,542, 936,543, 936,544, 936,545, 936,546, 936,547, 936,548, 936,549, 936,550, 936,551, 936,552, 936,553, 936,554, 936,555, 936,556, 936,554, 936,555, 936 936 936 936 936 936 936 936 936 936 936 936 936 7 936 8 936 9 936,570 936,571 936,572 936,573 936,574 936,575 936,576 936,577 936,578 936,579 936,580 936,581 936,582 936,583 936,584 936,585 936,586 936,587 936,588 936,589 936,590 936,591 936,592 936,593 936,594 936,595 936,596 936,597 936,598 936,599 936,600 936,601 936,602 936,603 936,614 936,615 936,616 936,617 936,618 936,609 936,610 936,611 936,612 936,613 936,614 936,615 936,616 936,617 936,618 936,619 936,620 936,621 936,622 936,623 936,624 936,625 936,626 936,627 936,628 936,629 936,630 936,631 936,632 936,633 936,634 936,635 936,636 936,637 936,638 936,639 936,640 936,641 936,642 936,643 936,644 936,645 936,646 936,647 936,648 936,649 936,650 936,651 936,652 936,653 936,654 936,655 936,656 936,657 936,658 936,659 936,660 936,661 936,662 936,663 936,664 936,665 936,666 936,667 936,668 936,669 936,670 936,671 936,672 936,673 936,674 936,605, 936,606, 936,607, 936,608, 936,609, 936,680. 936,681, 936,682, 936,683, 936,684, 936,685, 936,686, 936,687, 936,688, 936,689, 936,690. 936,691, 936,692, 936,693, 936,694, 936,695, 936,696, 936,697, 936,698, 936,699, 936,700. 936,701, 936,702, 936,703, 936,704, 936,705, 936,706, 936,707, 936,708, 936,709, 936,710. 936,711, 936,712, 936,713, 936,714, 936,715, 936,716, 936,717, 936,718, 936,719, 936,720. 936,721, 936,722, 936,723, 936,724, 936,725, 936,726, 936,727, 936,728, 936,729, 936,730. 936,731, 936,732, 936,733, 936,734, 936,735, 936,736, 936,737, 936,738, 936,739, 936,740. 936,741, 936,742, 936,743, 936,744, 936,745, 936,746, 936,747, 936,748, 936,749, 936,750. 936,761, 936,762, 936,763, 936,764, 936,765, 936,766, 936,767, 936,768, 936,769, 936,770, 936,771, 936,772, 936,773, 936,774, 936,775, 936,776, 936,777, 936,778, 936,779, 936,780. 936,781, 936,782, 936,783, 936,784, 936,785, 936,786, 936,787, 936,788, 936,789, 936,790, 936,791, 936,792, 936,793, 936,794, 936,795, 936,796, 936,797, 936,798, 936,799, 936,800. 936,801, 936,802, 936,803, 936,804, 936,805, 936,806, 936,807, 936,808, 936,809, 936,810. 936,821, 936,832, 936,823, 936,834, 936,835, 936,836, 936,837, 936,838, 936,839, 936,840, 936,841, 936,842, 936,843, 936,844, 936,845, 936,846, 936,847, 936,848, 936,849, 936,850, 936,851, 936,852, 936,853, 936,864, 936,865, 936,866, 936,867, 936,868, 936,869, 936,870, 936,871, 936,872, 936,873, 936,874, 936,875, 936,876, 936,876, 837, 936,838, 936,839, 936,840, 936,841, 936,842, 936,843, 936,844, 936,845, 936,846, 936,849, 936,850, 936,851, 936,852, 936,853, 936,854, 936,865, 936,866, 936,867, 936,868, 936,869, 936,870, 936,871, 936,872, 936,873, 936,874, 936,875, 936,876, 936,877, 936,878, 936,879, 936,880, 936,881, 936,882, 936,883, 936,884, 936,885, 936,886, 936,887, 936,888, 936,889, 936,890, 936,891, 936,892, 936,893, 936,894, 936,895, 936,896, 936,897, 936,898, 936,899, 936,900, 936,901, 936,902, 936,903, 936,904, 936,905, 936,906, 936,907, 936,908, 936,909, 936,910, 936,911, 936,912, 936,913, 936,914, 936,915, 936,916, 936,917, 936,918, 936,919, 936,920, 936,921, 936,922, 936,933, 936,934, 936,935, 936,936, 936,937, 936,938, 936,939, 936,930. No, 936,931, 936,932, 936,933, 936,934, 936,935, 936,936, 936,937, 936,938, 936,939, 936,940. 936,931, 936,932, 936,933, 936,934, 936,935, 936,936, 936,937, 936,938, 936,939, 936,940. 936,941, 936,942, 936,943, 936,944, 936,945, 936,946, 936,943, 936,944, 936,945, 936,946, 936,947, 936,948, 936,949, 936,950, 936,951, 936,952, 936,953, 936,954, 936,955, 936,956, 936,957, 936,958, 936,959, 936,960. 936,961, 936,962, 936,963, 936,964, 936,965, 936,966, 936,967, 936,968, 936,969, 936,970. 936,971, 936,972, 936,973, 936,974, 936,975, 936,976, 936,977, 936,978, 936,979, 936,980. 936,981, 936,982, 936,983, 936,984, 936,985, 936,986, 936,987, 936,988, 936,989, 936,990. 936,991, 936,992, 936,993, 936,994, 936,995, 936,996, 936,997, 936,998, 936,999, 936,937, 937,000. 937,001, 937,002, 937,003, 937,004, 937,005, 937,006, 937,007, 937,008, 937,009, 937,010. 937,011, 937,012, 937,013, 937,014, 937,015, 937,016, 937,017, 937,018, 937,019, 937,020, 937,021, 937,022, 937,023, 937,024, 937,025, 937,026, 937,027, 937,028, 937,029, 937,030, 937,031, 937,032, 937,034, 937,035, 937,036, 937,037, 937,038, 937,039, 937,040, 937,041, 937,042, 937,043, 937,040, 937,041, 937,042, 937,043, 937,044, 937,045, 937,046, 937,039, 937,040, 937,041, 937,042, 937,043, 937,044, 937,045, 937,046, 937,047, 937,048, 937,049, 937,050, 937,051, 937,052, 937,053, 937,054, 937,055, 937,056, 937,057, 937,058, 937,059, 937,060, 937,061, 937,062, 937,063, 937,064, 937,065, 937,066, 937,067, 937,068, 937,069, 937,070, 937,071, 937,072, 937,073, 937,074, 937,075, 937,076, 937,077, 937,078, 937,079, 937,008, 937,081, 937,082, 937,083, 937,084, 937,085, 937,086, 937,087, 937,088, 937,089, 937,090, 937,091, 937,092, 937,093, 937,094, 937,095, 937,096, 937,097, 937,098, 937,099, 937,100. 937,101, 937,102, 937,103, 937,104, 937,105, 937,106, 937,107, 937,108, 937,109, 937,110, 937,111, 937,112, 937,113, 937,114, 937,115, 937,116, 937,117, 937,118, 937,119, 937,120, 937,121, 937,122, 937,123, 937,134, 937,135, 937,937,137,137,137,138, 937,138, 937,140, 937,141, 937,142, 937,143, 937,144, 937,145, 937,146, 937,147, 937,148, 937,149, 937,150, 937,151, 937,152, 937,153, 937,154, 937,155, 937,156, 937,157, 937,158, 937,159, 937,160, 937,161, 937,162, 937,163, 937,164, 937,165, 937,166, 937,167, 937,168, 937,169, 937,170, 937,171, 937,172, 937,173, 937,174, 937,175, 937,176, 937,177, 937,178, 937,179, 937,180. 937,181, 937,182, 937,183, 937,184, 937,185, 937,186, 937,187, 937,188, 937,189, 937,190, 937,191, 937,192, 937,193, 937,194, 937,195, 937,196, 937,197, 937,198, 937,199, 937,200, 937,201, 937,202, 937,203, 937,204, 937,205, 937,206, 937,207, 937,208, 937,209, 937,210, 937,211, 937,212, 937,780, 937,210, 937,211, 937,212, 937,213, 937,214, 937,215, 937,216, 937,217, 937,218, 937,219, 937,220. Nine hundred thirty-seven thousand two hundred thirty-one, 937,232, 937,233, 937,234, 937,235, 937,236, 937,237, 937,238, 937,239, 937,240, 937,242, 937,242, 937,243, 937,244, 937,245, 937,246, 937,247, 937,248, 937,249, 937,250, 937,251, 937,252, 937,253, 937,254, 937,255, 937,266, 937,267, 937,268, 937,269, 937,270, 937,271, 937,272, 937,237, 937,238, 937,239, 937,240, 937,241, 937,242, 937,243, 937,244, 937,245, 937,246, 937,247, 937,248, 937,249, 937,250, 937,251, 937,250, 937,253, 937,254, 937,255, 937,256, 937,257, 937,258, 937,259, 937,260, 937,261, 937,262, 937,263, 937,264, 937,265, 937,266, 937,267, 937,268, 937,269, 937,270, 937,271, 937,272, 937,273, 937,274, 937,275, 937,276, 937,277, 937,278, 937,279, 937,280, 937,281, 937,282, 937,283, 937,284, 937,285, 937,286, 937,287, 937,288, 937,289, 937,290, 937,291, 937,292, 937,293, 937,294, 937,295, 937,296, 937,297, 937,298, 937,299, 937,300, 937,311, 937,312, 937,313, 937,314, 937,315, 937,316, 937,317, 937,318, 937,319, 937,320, 937,321, 937,322, 937,323, 937,324, 937,325, 937,326, 937,327, 937,328, 937,329, 937,330, 937,331, 937,332, 937,333, 937,334, 937,335, 937,336, 937,337, 937,338, 937,339, 937,340, 937,341, 937,342, 937,343, 937,344, 937,345, 937,346, 937,347, 937,348, 937,349, 937,350, 937,351, 937,352, 937,353, 937,354, 937,355, 937,356, 937,357, 937,358, 937,359, 937,360, 997,261, 997,262, 997,263, 997,264, 997,265, 997,266, 997,267, 997,268, 997,269, 997,370. 997,270, 271, 997,270, 997,273, 997,274, 997,275, 997,276, 997,277, 997,278, 997,279, 997,380. 997,281, 997,282, 997,283, 997,284, 997,285, 997,286, 997,287, 997,288, 997,289, 997,390. 997,291, 997,292, 997,293, 997,294, 997,295, 997,296, 997,297, 997,298, 997,299, 900, excuse me, 997,299, 937,400, 937,401, 937,402, 937,403, 937,404, 937,405, 937,406, 937,407, 937,408, 937,409, 937,410, 937,411, 937,412, 937,413, 997,414, 997,415, 997,416, 997,417, 997,418, 997,419, 997,420, 997,421, 997,422, 997,423, 997,424, 997,425, 997,426. 997,437, 997,438, 997,439, 997,430, 997,431, 997,432, 997,433, 997,434, 997,435, 997,436, 997,437, 997,438, 997,439, 907,440, 907,441, 907,442, 907,443, 907,444, 907,445, 907,446, 907,447, 907,448, 907,449, 907,450. 997,451, 997,452, 997,453, 997,454, 997,455, 997,456, 997,457, 997,458, 997,459, 997,460, 997,461, 997,462, 997,463, 997,464, 997,465, 997,466, 997,467, 997,468, 997,469, 997,470, 997,471, 997,472, 997,473, 997,474, 997,475, 997,476, 997,477, 997,478, 997,479, 997,480, 997,481, 997,482, 997,483, 997,484, 997,485, 997,479, 997,408, 997,481, 997,480, 997,483, 937,481, 937,485, 937,486, 937,487, 937,488, 937,489, 937,490, 937,491, 937,492, 937,493, 937,491, 937,495, 937,496, 937,497, 937,498, 937,499, 937,500. 937,501, 937,502, 937,503, 937,504, 937,505, 937,506, 937,507, 937,508, 937,509, 937,510, 937,511, 937,512, 937,513, 937,514, 937,515, 937,516, 937,517, 937,518, 937,519, 937,520, 937,521, 937,522, 937,523, 937,524, 937,525, 937,526, 937,527, 937,538, 937,539, 937,540, 937,541, 937,542, 937,543, 937,544, 937,545, 937,546, 937,547, 937,548, 937,549, 937,550, 937,551, 937,552, 937,553, 937,554, 937,555, 937,556, 937,557, 937,558, 937,559, 937,560, 937,561, 937,562, 937,563, 937,564, 937,565, 937,566, 937,567, 937,568, 937,569, 937,570, 937,571, 937,572, 937,573, 937,574, 937,575, 937,576, 937,577, 937,578, 937,579, 937,580, 937,581, 937,582, 937,583, 937,584, 937,585, 937,586, excuse me, 937,587, 937,588, 937,589, 937,590, 937,591, 937,592, 937,593, 937,594, 937,595, 937,596, 937,597, 937,598, 937,599, 937,600, 937,601, 937,600, 937,603, 937,604, 937,605, 937,606, 937,607, 937,608, 937,609, 937,610, 937,611, 937,612, 937,613, 937,614, 937,615, 937,616, 937,617, 937,618, 937,619, 937,620, 937,621, 937,622, 937,623, 937,624, 937,625, 937,626, 937,627, 937,628, 937,629, 937,640, 937,641, 937,642, 937,643, 937,644, 937,645, 937,646, 937,647, 937,648, 937,649, 937,650, 937,651, 937,652, 937,653, 937,651, 937,655, 937,656, 937,657, 937,658, 937,659, 937,660, 937,661, 937,662, 937,663, 937,664, 937,665, 937,666, 937,667, 937,668, 937,669, 937,670, 937,671, 937,672, 937,673, 937,674, 937,675, 937,676, 937,677, 937,678, 937,679, 937,680, 937,681, 937,682, 937,683, 937,684, 937,685, 937,686, 937,687, 937,688, 937,689, 937,690, 937,691, 937,692, 937,693, 937,694, 937,695, 937,696, 937,697, 937,698, 937,699, 937,700, 937,701, 937,700, 937,703, 937,704, 937,705, 937,706, 937,707, 937,708, 937,709, 937,710, 937,711, 937,712, 937,713, 937,714, 937,715, 937,716, 937,717, 937,718, 937,719, 937,720, 937,721, 937,722, 937,723, 937,724, 937,725, 937,726, 937,727, 937,728, 937,729, 937,730, 937,731, 937,732, 937,733, 937,734, 937,735, 937,736, 937,737, 937,738, 937,739, 937,740, 937,741, 937,742, 937,743, 937,744, 937,745, 937,746, 937,747, 937,748, 937,749, 937,750. 937,751. 937,752. 937,753. 937,754. 937,755. 937,756. 937,757. 937,758. 937,759. 937,760. 937,761. 937,762. 937,763. 937,764. 937,765. 937,766. 937,767. 937,768. 937,769. 937,770. 937,712. 937,702. 937,703. 937,704. 937,705. 937,706. 937,707. 937,708. 937,709. 937,780. 937,781. 937,782. 937,783. 937,784. 937,785. 937,786. 937,787. 937,788. 937,789. 937,790. 937,791. 937,792. 937,793. 937,794. 937,795. 937,796. 937,797. 937,798. 937,799. 937,800. 937,801. 937,802. 937,803. 937,804. 937,805. 937,806. 937,807. 937,808. 937,809. 937,810. 937,811. 937,812. 937,813. 937,814. 我也是。I think I off this thing. I think I off this thing. I mean, don't jam this off for me. 937,865. 937,866. 937,867. 937,868. 937,869. 937,870. 937,871. 937,872. 937,873. 937,874. 937,875. 937,876. 937,877. 937,878. 937,879. 937,880. 937,881. 937,882. 937,883. 937,884. 937,885. 937,886. 937,887. 937,888. 937,889. 937,890. 937,891. 937,892. 937,893. 937,894. 937,895. 937,896. 937,897. 937,898. 937,899. 937,900. 937,901, 937,902, 937,903, 937,904, 937,905, 937,906, 937,907, 937,908, 937,909, 937,910. 937,911, 937,912, 937,913, 937,914, 937,915, 937,916, 937,916, 937,917, 937,918, 937,919, 937,920. 937,921, 937,922, 937,923, 937,924, 937,937, 937,937, 937,938, 937,939, 937,934, 937,935, 937,937, 937,938, 937,939, 937,940. 937,941, 937,942, 937,943, 937,944, 937,945, 937,946, 937,947, 937,948, 937,949, 937,950. 937,951, 937,952, 937,953, 937,954, 937,955, 937,956, 937,957, 937,958, 937,957, 937,958, 937,959, 937,960, 937,961, 937,962, 937,963, 937,964, 937,965, 937,966, 937,967, 937,968, 937,969, 937,970, 937,971, 937,972, 937,973, 937,974, 937,975, 937,976, 937,977, 937,978, 937,979, 937,980, 937,981, 937,982, 937,983, 937,984, 937,985, 937,986, 937,987, 937,988, 937,989, 937,990. 937,991, 937,992, 937,993, 937,994, 937,995, 937,996, 937,997, 937,998, 937,999, 937,999, 938,000, 938,001, 938,002, 938,003, 938,004, 938,005, 938,006, 938,007, 938,008, 938,009, 938,010, 938,011, 938,012, 938,013, 938,014, 938,015, 938,016, 938,017, 938,018, 938,019, 938,020, 938,021, 938,022, 938,023, 938,024, 938,025, 938,026, 938,027, 938,028, 938,029, 938,040, 938,041, 938,042, 938,043, 938,044, 938,045, 938,045, 938,046, 938,047, 938,048, 938,049, 938,850, 938,851, 938,852, 938,853, 938,854, 938,855, 938,856, 938,857, 938,858, 938,859, 938,060, 938,061, 938,062, 938,063, 938,064, 938,065, 938,066, 938,067, 938,068, 938,069, 938,070, 938,071, 938,072, 938,073, 938,074, 938,075, 938,076, 938,077, 938,078, 938,079, 938,080, 938,081, 938,082, 938,083, 938,084, 938,085, 938,086, 938,087, 938,088, 938,089, 938,090. Now that it's 8,091, now that it's 8,092, now that it's 8,093, now that it's 8,094, now that it's 8,095, now that it's 8,096, now that it's 8,097, now that it's 8,098, now that it's 8,099. Now that it's 8,100. Now that it's 8,101. Now that it's 8,102. Now that it's 8,103. Now that it's 8,104. Now that it's 8,105. Now that it's 8,106. Now that it's 8,107. Now that it's 8,108. Now that it's 8,109. Now that it's 8,110. Now that it's 8,111. Now that it's 8,112. Now that it's 8,113. Now that it's 8,114. Now that it's 8,115. Now that it's 8,116. Now that it's 8,117. Now that it's 8,118. Now that it's 8,119. Now that it's 8,120. Now that it's 8,121. Now that it's 8,122. Now that it's 8,123. Now that it's 8,124. Now that it's 8,125. Now that it's 8,126. Now that it's 8,127. Now that it's 8,128. Now that it's 8,129. Now that it's 8,465. Now that it's 8,466. Now that it's 8,467. Now that it's 8,468. Now that it's 8,469. Now that it's 8,470. Now that it's 8,471. Now that it's 8,472. Now that it's 8,473. Now that it's 8,474. Now that it's 8,475. Now that it's 8,476. Now that it's 8,477. Now that it's 8,478. Now that it's 8,479. Now that it's 8,480. Now that it's 8,481. Now that it's 8,482. Now that it's 8,483. Now that it's 8,486. Now that it's 8,487. Now that it's 8,486. Now that it's 8,487. Now that it's 8,488. Now that it's 8,489. Now that it's 8,490. Now that it's 8,491. Now that it's 8,492. Now that it's 8,493. Now that it's 8,494. Now that it's 8,495. Now that it's 8,496. Now that it's 8,497. Now that it's 8,498. Now that it's 8,499. Now that it's 8,500. Now that it's 8,501. Now that it's 8,502. Now that it's 8,503. Now that it's 8,504. 938,505, 938,506, 938,507, 938,508, 938,509, 938,510, 938,511, 938,512, 938,513, 938,514, 938,515, 938,516, 938,517, 938,518, 938,519, 938,520, 938,522, 938,522, 938,523, 938,524, 938,525, 938,526, 938,527, 938,528, 938,529, 938,530, 938,541, 938,542, 938,543, 938,544, 938,545, 938,546, 938,547, 938,548, 938,549, 938,550, 938,551, 938,552, 938,553, 938,554, 938,555, 938,556, 938,557, 938,558, 938,559, 938,560, 938,561, 938,562, 938,563, 938,564, 938,565, 938,566, 938,567, 938,568, 938,569, 938,570, 938,571, 938,572, 938,573, 938,574, 938,575, 938,576, 938,577, 938,578, 938,579, 938,580, 938,581, 938,582, 938,583, 938,584, 938,585, 938,586, 938,587, 938,588, 938,589, 938,590, 938,591, 938,592, 938,593, 938,594, 938,595, 938,596, 938,597, 938,598, 938,599, 938,600, 938,601, 938,602, 938,603, 938,604, 938,605, 938,606, 938,607, 938,608, 938,609, 938,639, 938,640, 938,641, 938,642, 938,643, 938,644, 938,645, 938,646, 938,647, 938,648, 938,649, 938,650. 938,651, 938,652, 938,653, 938,654, 938,655, 938,656, 938,657, 938,658, 938,659, 938,660, 938,661, 938,662, 938,663, 938,664, 938,665, 938,666, 938,667, 938,668, 938,669, 938,670. 938,671, 938,672, 938,673, 938,674, 938,675, 938,676, 938,677, 938,678, 938,679, 938,680, 938,681, 938,682, 938,683, 938,684, 938,685, 938,686, 938,687, 938,688, 938,689, 938,690, 938,692, 938,693, 938,694, 938,695, 938,696, 938,697, 938,698, 938,699, 938,700. Now that it's 8,701, now that it's 8,702, now that it's 8,703, now that it's 8,704, now that it's 8,705, now that it's 8,706, now that it's 8,707, now that it's 8,708, now that it's 8,709, now that it's 8,710. Now that is 8,711, now that is 8,712, now that is 8,713, now that is 8,714, now that is 8,715, now that is 8,716, now that is 8,717, now that is 8,718, now that is 8,719, now that is 8,720, now that is 8,721, now that is 8,722, now that is 8,723, now that is 8,724, now that is 8,725, now that is 8,726, now that is 8,727, now that is 8,728, now that is 8,729, now that is 8,730, now that is 8,731, now that is 8,732, now that is 8,733, now that is 8,734, now that is 8,735, now that is 8,736, now that is 8,737, now that is 8,738, now that is 8,739, now that is 8,740. Now that is 8,741, now that is 8,742, now that is 8,743, now that is 8,744, now that is 8,745, now that is 8,746, now that is 8,747, now that is 8,748, now that is 8,749, now that is 8,750. Now that it's 8,751, now that it's 8,752, now that it's 8,753, now that it's 8,754, now that it's 8,755, now that it's 8,756, now that it's 8,757, now that it's 8,758. Now that it's 8,759, now that it's 8,760, now that it's 8,761, now that it's 8,762, now that it's 8,763, now that it's 8,764, now that it's 8,765, now that it's 8,766, now that it's 8,767, now that it's 8,768, now that it's 8,769, now that it's 8,770. 938,771, 938,772, 938,773, 938,774, 938,775, 938,776, 938,777, 938,778, 938,779, 938,780, 938,781, 938,782, 938,783, 938,784, 938,785, 938,786, 938,787, 938,788, 938,789, 938,790, 938,791, 938,792, 938,793, 938,794, 938,795, 938,796, 938,797, 938,798, 938,799, 938,800, 938,801, 938,802, 938,803, 938,804, 938,805, 938,806, 938,807, 938,808, 938,809, 938,810, 938,811, 938,812, 938,813, 938,814, 938,815, 938,816, 938,816, 938,817, 938,818, 938,819, 938,813, 938,831, 938,832, 938,833, 938,834, 938,835, 938,836, 938,837, 938,838, 938,839, 938,840, 938,841, 938,842, 938,843, 938,844, 938,845, 938,846, 938,847, 938,848, 938,849, 938,850. 938,851, 938,852, 938,853, 938,854, 938,855, 938,856, 938,857, 938,858, 938,859, 938,860, 938,861, 938,860, 938,863, 938,864, 938,865, 938,866, 938,867, 938,868, 938,869, 938,870, 938,871, 938,872, 938,873, 938,874, 938,875, 938,876, 938,877, 938,878, 938,879, 938,880, 938,881, 938,882, 938,883, 938,884, 938,885, 938,886, 938,887, 938,888, 938,889, 938,890. Now that it's 891, now that it's 892, now that it's 893, now that it's 894, now that it's 895, now that it's 896, 998,897, 998,898, 998,899, 938,900. Now that is 8,901. Now that is 8,902. Now that is 8,903. Now that is 8,904. Now that is 8,905. Now that is 8,906. Now that is 8,907. Now that is 8,908. Now that is 8,909. Now that is 8,910. Now that it's 8,911. Now that it's 8,912. Now that it's 8,913. Now that it's 8,914. Now that it's 8,915. Now that it's 8,916. Now that it's 8,917. Now that it's 8,918. Now that it's 8,919. Now that it's 8,920. Now that is 8,921. Now that is 8,922. Now that is 8,923. Now that is 8,924. Now that is 8,925. Now that is 8,926. Now that is 8,927. Now that is 8,928. Now that is 8,929. Now that is 8,930. Now that is 8,931. Now that is 8,932. Now that is 8,933. Now that is 8,934. Now that is 8,935. Now that is 8,936. Now that is 8,937. Now that is 8,938. Now that is 8,939. Now that is 8,940. Now that is 8,941. Now that is 8,942. Now that is 8,943. Now that is 8,944. Now that is 8,945. Now that is 8,946. Now that is 8,947. Now that is 8,948. Now that is 8,949 gold. Now that is 8,950. Now that is 8,951. Now that is 8,952. Now that is 8,953. Now that is 8,954. Now that is 8,955. Now that is 8,956. Now that is 8,957. Now that is 8,960. Now that is 8,959. Now that is 8,900. Now that is 8,960. Now that is 8,961. Now that is 8,960. Now that is 8,960. Now that is 8,964. Now that is 8,965. Now that is 8,966. Now that is 8,967. Now that is 8,968. Now that is 8,969. Now that is 8,980. Now that is 8,981. Now that is 8,982. Now that is 8,983. Now that is 8,984. Now that is 8,985. Now that is 8,986. Now that is 8,987. Now that is 8,980. Now that is 8,989. Now that is 8,990. Now that is 8,991. Now that is 8,992. Now that is 8,993. Now that is 8,994. Now that is 8,995. Now that is 8,996. Now that is 8,997. Now that is 8,998. Now that is 8,999. Now that is 8,999. 939,000. Now that is 9,001. Now that is 9,002. Now that is 9,003. Now that is 9,004. Now that is 9,005. Now that is 9,006. Now that is 9,007. Now that is 9,008. Now that is 9,009. Now that is 9,010. Now that is 9,011. Now that is 9,012. Now that is 9,013. Now that is 9,014. Now that is 9,015. Now that is 9,016. Now that is 9,017. Now that is 9,018. Now that is 9,019. Now that is 9,020. Now that is 9,022. Now that is 9,022. Now that is 9,023. Now that is 9,024. Now that is 9,024. Now that is 9,096. Now that is 9,097. Now that is 9,098. Now that is 9,099. Now that is 9,030. Now that is 9,091. Now that is 9,092. Now that is 9,093. 939,094, 939,095, 939,096, 939,097, 939,098, 939,099, 939,040, 939,041, 939,042, 939,043, 939,044, 939,045, 939,046, 939,047, 939,048, 939,049, 939,050, 939,051, 939,052, 939,053, 939,055, 939,055, 939,056, 939,057, 939,058, 939,059, 939,060, 939,061, 939,063, 939,064, 939,064, 939,065, 939,066, 939,067, 939,068, 939,069, 939,070, 939,071, 939,072, 939,073, 939,074, 939,075, 939,076, 939,077, 939,078, 939,079, 939,080, 939,081, 939,082, 939,083, 939,084, 939,085, 939,086, 939,087, 939,088, 939,089, 939,090, 939,091, 939,092, 939,093, 939,094, 939,095, 939,096, 939,097, 939,098, 939,099, 939,000. 100, now that is not a 140, now that is not a 150, now that is not a 160, now that is not a 170, now that is not a 180, now that is not a 119, now that is 9,120, now that is not a 125, now that is not a 150, now that is not a 150, now that is not a 154, now that is not a 155, now that is not a 156, now that is not a 127, now that is not a 120, now that is not a 129, now that is not a 130, now that is not a 131, now that is not a 132, now that is not a 143, now that is not a 144, now that is not a 145, now that is not a 146, now that is not a 147, now that is not a 148, now that is not a 149, now that is not a 150, now that is not a 151, now that is not a 152, now that is not a 152, now that is not a 154, now that is not a 155, now that is not a 156, now that is not a 157, now that is not a 158, now that is not a 159, now that is not a 160. Now that is not a 161, now that is not a 160, now that is not a 160, now that is not a 164, now that is not a 165, now that is not a 166, now that is not a 167, 939,176. 939,177. 939,178. 939,179. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,180. 939,000. 199, 139,000. 200. 139,200. 139,202. 139,203. 139,204. 139,205. 139,206. 139,207. 139,208. 939,208. 939,209. 939,210. 939,211. 939,212. 939,213. 939,214. 939,216. 939,216. 939,217. 939,218. 939,219. 939,220. 939,221. 939,222. 939,223. 939,224. 939,225. 939,226. 939,227. 939,228. 939,229. 939,240. 939,241. 939,242. 939,243. 939,244. 939,245. 939,246. 939,247. 939,248. 939,249. 939,250. 939,251. 939,252. 939,253. 939,254. 939,255. 939,256. 939,257. 939,258. 939,259. 939,270. 939,271. 939,272. 939,273. 939,274. 939,275. 939,276. 939,276. 939,278. 939,279. 939,280. 939,281. 939,282. 939,283. 939,284. 939,285. 939,286. 939,287. 939,288. 939,289. 939,290. 939,291. 939,292. 939,293. 939,294. 939,295. 939,296. 939,297. 939,298. 939,299. 939,000. 300. 939,201. 939,292. 939,293. 939,294. 939,295. 939,296. 939,297. 939,298. 939,299. 939,000. 300, 299, 939,300, 939,301, 939,302, 939,304, 939,305, 939,306, 939,307, 939,308, 939,309, 939,805, 939,806, 939,807, 939,808, 939,809, 939,810, 939,811, 939,812, 939,813, 939,814, 939,815, 939,815, 939,816, 939,817, 939,818, 939,819, 939,820, 939,821, 939,820, 939,823, 939,824, 939,825, 939,826, 939,827, 939,828, 939,829, 939,830, 939,831, 939,832, 939,833, 939,834, 939,835, 939,826, 939,827, 939,828, 939,829, 939,840. Sure. 939,841, 939,842, 939,843, 939,834, 939,835, 939,836, 939,827, 939,827, 939,838, 939,839, 939,840. Oh wow, just my short to speak. 939,842, 939,842, 939,843, 939,844, 939,845, 939,846, 939,847, 939,848, 939,849, 939,850, 939,851, 939,852, 939,853, 939,854, 939,855, 939,856, 939,857, 939,868, 939,869, 939,870, 939,870, 939,870, 939,874, 939,875, 939,876, 939,877, 939,878, 939,879, 939,880, 939,881, 939,882, 939,883, 939,884, 939,885, 939,886, 939,887, 939,888, 939,889, 939,890, 939,891, 939,892, 939,893, 939,894, 939,895, 939,896, 939,897, 939,898, 939,899, 939,900, 939,901, 939,902, 939,903, 939,904, 939,905, 939,906, 939,907, 939,908, 939,909, 939,910, 939,911, 939,912, 939,913, 939,914, 939,915, 939,916, 939,917, 939,918, 939,919, 939,920, 939,921, 939,922, 939,923, 939,924, 939,935, 939,936, 939,937, 939,938, 939,939, 939,930, 939,931, 939,932, 939,933, 939,934, 939,935, 939,936, 939,937, 939,938, 939,939, 939,940, 939,941, 939,942, 939,943, 939,944, 939,945, 939,946, 939,947, 939,948, 939,949, 950. 939,951, 939,950, 939,953, 939,954, 939,955, 939,956, 939,957, 939,958, 939,959, 939,960, 939,961, 939,960, 969,961, 969,969, 939,961, 939,962, 939,963, 939,964, 939,965, 939,966, 939,967, 939,968, 939,969, 939,970, 939,971, 939,972, 939,973, 939,974, 939,975, 939,976, 939,977, 939,978, 939,979, 939,980, 939,981, 939,982, 939,983, 939,984, 939,985, 939,986, 939,987, 939,988, 939,989, 939,990, 939,991, 939,992, 939,993, 939,994, 939,995, 939,996, 939,997, 939,998, 939,999, 939,999, 940,000, 940,001, 940,002, 940,003, 940,004, 940,005, 940,006, 940,007, 940,008, 940,009, 940,010, 940,011, 940,012, 940,847, 940,848, 940,849, 940,850, 940,851, 940,852, 940,853, 940,854, 940,855, 940,856, 940,857, 940,858, 940,859, 940,860, 940,861, 940,862, 940,863, 940,864, 940,865, 940,866, 940,867, 940,868, 940,869, 940,870, 940,871, 940,872, 940,873, 940,874, 940,875, 940,876, 940,877, 940,878, 940,879, 940,880, 940,881, 940,882, 940,883, 940,884, 940,885, 940,886, 940,887, 940,888, 940,889, 940,890, 940,891, 940,892, 940,893, 940,894, 940,895, 940,896, 940,897, 940,898, 940,899, 940,900, 940,901, 940,902, 940,903, 940,904, 940,905, 940,906, 940,907, 940,908, 940,909, 940,910, 940,911, 940,912, 940,913, 940,914, 940,915, 940,916, 940,917, 940,918, 940,919, 940,920, 940,921, 940,922, 940,923, 940,924, 940,925, 940,926, 940,927, 940,928, 940,929, 940,930, 940,931, 940,932, 940,933, 940,934, 940,935, 940,936, 940,937, 940,938, 940,939, 940,950, 940,951, 940,952, 940,953, 940,954, 940,955, 940,956, 940,957, 940,958, 940,959, 940,960 child. 940,961, 940,962, 940,953, 940,954, 940,952, 940,956, 940,957, 940,958, 940,959, 940,960, 940,961, 940,962, 940,963, 940,964, 940,965, 940,966, 940,967, 940,968, 940,969, 940,970, 940,971, 940,972, 940,973, 940,974, 940,975, 940,976, 940,977, 940,978, 940,979, 940,980, 940,981, 940,982, 940,983, 940,984, 940,985, 940,986, 940,987, 940,988, 940,989, 940,990, 940,991, 940,992, 940,993, 940,994, 940,995, 940,996, 940,997, 940,998, 940,999, 940,999, 941,000. 941,000, 941,001, 941,002, 941,003, 941,004, 941,005, 941,006, 941,007, 941,008, 941,009, 941,010, 941,011, 941,012, 941,013, 941,014, 941,015, 941,016, 941,017, 941,018, 941,019, 941,020, 941,021, 941,022, 941,023, 941,024, 941,025, 941,026, 941,027, excuse me, 941,028, 941,029, 941,013, 941,031, 941,032, 941,033, 941,034, 941,035, 941,036, 941,037, 941,038, 941,039, 941,040, 941,041, 941,042, 941,043, 941,044, 941,045, 941,046, 941,047, 941,048, 941,049, 941,050, 941,051, 941,052, 941,053, 941,054, 941,055, 941,056, 941,057, 941,058, 941,059, 941,060, 941,061, 941,062, 941,063, 941,064, 941,065, 941,066, 941,067, 941,068, 941,069, 941,070, 941,071, 941,072, 941,073, 941,074, 941,075, 941,076, 947, 948, 949, 941,080, 941,081, 941,082, 941,083, 941,084, 941,085, 941,086, 941,087, 941,088, 941,089. What happened? 941,090, 941,091, 941,092, 941,093, 941,094, 941,095, 941,096, 941,097, 941,098, 941,099, 941,100. Now that for 1,101, now that for 1,102, now that for 1,103, now that for 1,104, now that for 1,105, now that for 1,106, now that for 1,107, now that for 1,108, now that for 1,109, now that for 1,110, now that for 1,111, now that for 1,112, now that for 1,113. Now that for 1,114, now that for 1,115, now that for 1,116, now that for 1,117, now that for 1,118, now that for 1,119, now that for 1,102, now that for 1,121, now that for 1,122, now that for 1,123, now that for 1,124, now that for 1,125, now that for 1,126. Now that is for 1,127, now that for 1,128, now that for 1,129, now that for 1,100, now that for 1,290, now that for 1,291, now that for 1,292, now that for 1,293, now that for 1,294, now that for 1,295, now that for 1,296, now that for 1,297, now that for 1,298, now that for 1,299, now that for 1,300, now that for 1,301, now that for 1,302, now that for 1,303. Oh God. Now that for 1,303, now that for 1,304, now that for 1,300, now that for 1,309, now that for 1,310, now that for 1,311, now that for 1,312, now that for 1,313, now that for 1,314. Now that for 1,692, now that for 1,693, now that for 1,694, now that for 1,695, now that for 1,696, now that for 1,695. Now that for 1,696. Now that for 1,696. Now that for 1,697. Now that for 1,698. Now that for 1,699. Now that for 1,700. Now that for 1,701. Now that for 1,702. Now that for 1,703. Now that for 1,704. Now that for 1,705. Now that for 1,706. Now that for 1,707. 941,708, 941,709, 941,710, 941,711, 941,712, 941,713, 941,714, 941,714, 941,716, 941,717, 941,718, 941,719, 941,720. 941,711, 941,712, 941,713, 941,714, 941,715, 941,716, 941,717, 941,718, 941,719, 941,720. 941,721, 941,722, 941,723, 941,724, 941,725, 941,726, 941,727, 941,728, 941,729, 941,730. 941,731, 941,732, 941,733, 941,734, 941,735, 941,736, 941,737, 941,734, 941,735, 941,736, 941,736, 941,737, 941,738, 941,739, 941,740. 941,741, 941,742, 941,743, 941,744, 941,745, 941,746, 941,747, 941,748, 941,749, 941,750. 941,741, 941,742, 941,743, 941,744, 941,745, 941,746. 941,745, 941,746, 941,747, 941,749, 941,750. 941,700 750. 941,750. 941,750. 941,750. 941,750. 941,750. 941,750. 941,750. 941,758. 941,759. 941,760. 941,761. 941,762. 941,763. 941,764. 941,765. 941,766. 941,767. 941,768. 941,769. 941,770. 941,761. 941,760. 941,770. 941,764. 941,765. 941,766. 941,767. 941,768. 941,769. Jesus Christ. 941,760. 941,761. 941,762. 941,763. 941,764. 941,765. 941,766. 941,767. 941,768. 941,769. 941,770. 941,712. 941,713. 941,713. 941,714. 941,715. 941,716. 941,717. 941,718. 941,719. 941,780. 941,781. 941,782. 941,783. 941,784. 941,785. 941,786. 941,787. 941,788. 941,789. 941,790. 941,791. 941,792. 941,793. 941,794. 941,795. 941,796. 941,797. 941,798. 941,799. 941,800. 941,801. 941,802. 941,803. 941,804. 941,805. 941,806. 941,807. 941,808. 941,809. 941,810. 941,811. 941,812. 941,813. 941,814. 941,815. 941,816. 941,816. 941,816. 941,818. 941,819. 941,820. 941,821. 941,822. 941,823. 941,824. 941,825. 941,826. 941,827. 941,828. 941,829. 941,830. 941,831. 831. 941,832. 941,833. 941,834. 941,835. 941,836. 941,837. 941,838, 941,839, 941,840, 941,841, 941,840, 941,843, 941,844, 941,845, 941,846, 941,847, 941,848, 941,849, 941,850, 941,851, 941,852, 941,853, 941,854, 941,855, 941,856, 941,857, 941,858, 941,859, 941,860. 951,861, 951,862, 951,863, 951,864, 951,865, 951,866, 951,867, 951,868, 951,869, 951,870. 951,871, 951,872, 951,873, 951,874, 951,875, 951,876, 951,877, 951,878, 951,879, 951,880. 951,881, 951,882, 951,883, 951,884, 951,885, 951,886, 951,887, 951,888, 951,889, 951,890, 951,891, 951,892, 951,893, 951,894, 951,895, 951,896, 951,897, 951,898, 951,899, 941,900, 941,901, 941,902, 941,903, 941,904, 941,905, 941,906, 941,907, 941,908, 941,909, 941,910. 941,911, 941,912, 941,913, 941,914, 941,915, 941,916, 941,915, 941,918, 941,919, 941,920. 941,921, 941,922, 941,923, 941,924, 941,925, 941,926, 941,927, 941,928, 941,929, 941,930. 941,931, 941,932, 941,933, 941,934, 941,934, 941,935, 941,936, 941,937, 941,938, 941,939, 941,940. 941,900, 131, 941,932, 941,933, 941,934, 941,935, 941,936, 941,937, 941,938, 941,939, Nanda for 940, Nanda 40, Nanda for 941, Nanda for 942, Nanda for 943, Nanda for 944, Nanda for 945, Nanda for 946, Nanda for 947, Nanda for 948, Nanda for 949, Nanda for 950. Nanda for 941. Nine hundred forty 1,961, 941,960, 941,963, 941,964, 941,965, 941,966, 941,967. Nine hundred forty-one thousand 971, 941,962, 941,963, 941,964, 941,965, 941,966, 941,977, 941,978, 941,979, 941,980. Now that for 1,981, now that for 1,982, now that for 1,983, now that for 1,984, now that for 1,985, now that for 1,986, now that for 1,987, now that for 1,988, now that for 1,989, now that for 1,990, now that for 1,991, now that for 1,992. Now that for 1,993, now that for 1,994, now that for 1,995, now that for 1,996, now that for 1,997, now that for 1,998, now that for 1,999, 941,942,000, 999, 942,000, 942,001, 942,002, 942,003, 942,004, 942,005, 942,006, 942,007, 942,008, 942,009, 942,010, 942,011, 942,012, 942,013, 942,014, 942,015, 942,016, 942,017, 942,018, 942,019, 942,020, 942,021, 942,022, 942,023, 942,024, 942,025, 942,026, 942,027, 942,028, 942,029, 942,030. Now that for 2004, now that for 2041, now that for 2042, now that for 2043, now that for 2044, now that for 2045, now that for 2046, now that for 2046, now that for 2047, now that for 2048, now that for 2049, now that for 2050, now that for 2051, now that for 2052, now that for 2053, now that for 2054. Jesus. 942,430, 942,431, 942,432, 942,433, 942,444, 942,435, 942,436, 942,436, 942,437, 942,438, 942,449, 942,450, 942,451, 942,452, 942,453, 942,454, 942,455, 942,456, 942,457, 942,458, 942,459, 942,460, 942,461, 942,462, 942,463, 942,464, 942,465, 942,466, 942,467, 942,468, 942,469, 942,470, 942,471, 942,472, 942,473, 942,474, 942,405, 942,406, 942,407, 942,448, 942,449, 942,450. 942,451. 942,452. 942,453. 942,454. 942,455. 942,456. 942,457. 942,458. 942,459. 942,460. 942,461. 942,462. 942,463. 942,464. 942,465. 942,466. 942,467. 942,468. 942,469. 942,470. 942,471. 942,472. 942,473. 942,474. 942,475. 942,476. 942,477. 942,478. 942,479. 942,480. 942,481. 942,482. 942,483. 942,484. 942,485. 942,486. 942,487. 942,488. 942,489. 942,490. 942,491. 942,492. 942,493. 942,494. 942,495. 942,496. 942,497. 942,498. 942,499. 942,500. 942,501. 942,502. 942,503. 942,504. 942,505. 942,506. 942,507. 942,508. 942,509. 942,510. 942,511. 942,512. 942,513. 942,514. 942,515. 942,516. 942,517. 942,518. 942,519. 942,520. 942,531. 942,532. 942,533. 942,719. 942,720. 942,721. 942,722. 942,723. 942,724. 942,725. 942,726. 942,727. 942,728. 942,729. 942,730. 942,731. 942,732. 942,733. 942,734. 942,735. 942,736. 942,737. 942,738. 942,739. 942,740. 942,741. 942,742. 942,743. 942,744. 942,745. 942,746. 942,747. 942,748. 942,749. 942,750. 942,751. 942,752. 942,753. 942,754. 942,755. 942,756. 942,757. 942,758. 942,759. 942,760. 942,761, 942,762, 942,763, 942,764, 942,765, 942,766, 942,767, 942,768, 942,769, 942,770, 942,771, 942,772, 942,773, 942,774, 942,775, 942,776, 942,777, 942,778, 942,779, 942,780. 942,781, 942,782, 942,783, 942,784, 942,785, 942,786, 942,787, 942,788, 942,789, 942,790, 942,791, 942,792, 942,793, 942,794, 942,795, 942,796, 942,797, 942,798, 942,799, 942,800, 942,801, 942,802, 942,803, 942,804, 942,805, 942,806, 942,807, 942,808, 942,811, 942,812, 942,813, 942,814, 942,815, 942,816, 942,817, 942,818, 942,819, 942,820, 942,821, 942,822, 942,823, 942,824, 942,825, 942,826, 942,827, 942,828, 942,829, 942,830, 942,831, 942,832, 942,833, 942,834, 942,835, 942,836, 942,837, 942,838, 942,839, 942,840, 942,841, 942,842, 942,843, 942,844, 942,845, 942,897, 942,898, 942,899, 942,900, 942,901, 942,902, 942,903, 942,904, 942,905, 942,906, 942,907, 942,908, 942,909, 942,910, 942,911, 942,912, 942,913, 942,914, 942,915, 942,916, 942,917, 942,918, 942,919, 942,920, 942,922, 942,923, 942,923, 942,924, 942,925, 942,926, 942,927, 942,928, 942,929, 942,930, 942,931, 942,932, 942,933, 942,934, 942,935, 942,936, 942,937, 942,938, 942,939, 942,940, 942,941, 942,942, 942,943, 944, 945, 946, 947, 948, 949, 950. 949, 951, 949, 952, 949, 953, 949, 954, 949, 955, 949, 956, 949, 957, 949, 958, 949, 959, 949, 960. Nanda Potutan Nanda Siswan, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sisu, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sri, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sisfo, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sisfap, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sisis, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sisam, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sis8, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sis9, Nanda Potutan Nanda 17, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sintuan, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sintu, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sentri, Nanda Potutan Nanda Senfo, Nanda Potutan Nanda Senfo, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sensis, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sensim, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sen8, Nanda Potutan Nanda Sens9, Nanda Potutan Nanda 8, Nanda Potutan Nanda 81, Nanda Potutan Nanda 82, Nanda Potutan Nanda 83, Nanda Potutan Nanda 84, Nanda Potutan Nanda 85, Nanda Potutan Nanda 86, Nanda Potutan Nanda 87, Nanda Potutan Nanda 88, Nanda Potutan Nanda 89, Nanda Potutan Nanda 90. Nanda Potutan Nanda 91, Nanda Potutan Nanda 92, Nanda Potutan Nanda 93, Nanda Potutan Nanda 94, Nanda Potutan Nanda 95, Nanda Potutan Nanda 96, Nanda Potutan Nanda 97, Nanda Potutan Nanda 98, Nanda Potutan Nanda 99, Nanda Potutan Nanda 99, Nanda for 3,000, Nanda for 3,001, Nanda for 3,002, Nanda for 3,003, Nanda for 3,004, Nanda for 3,005, Nanda for 3,006, Nanda for 3,007, Nanda for 3,008, Nanda for 3,009, Nanda for 3,010. Nanda for 3,011, Nanda for 3,012, Nanda for 3,013, Nanda for 3,014, Nanda for 3,015, Nanda for 3,016, Nanda for 3,019, Nanda for 3,019, Nanda for 3,020, Nanda for 3,021, Nanda for 3,022, Nanda for 3,023, Nanda for 3,024, Nanda for 3,025, Nanda for 3,026, Nanda for 3,027, Nanda for 3,028, Nanda for 3,029, Nanda for 3,030, Nanda for 3,031, Nanda for 3,032, Nanda for 3,033, Nanda for 3,034, Nanda for 3,035, Nanda for 3,036, Nanda for 3,037, Nanda for 3,038, Nanda for 3,039, Nanda for 3,040, Nanda for 3,041, Nanda for 3,042, Nanda for 3,043, Nanda for 3,044, Nanda for 3,045, Nanda for 3,046, Nanda for 3,047, Nanda for 3,048, Nanda for 3,049, Nanda for 3,050, Nanda for 3,051, Nanda for 3,052, Nanda for 3,053, Nanda for 3,054, Nanda for 3,055, Nanda for 3,056, Nanda for 3,057, Nanda for 3,058, Nanda for 3,059, Nanda for 3,060, Nanda for 3,061, Nanda for 3,062, Nanda for 3,063, Nanda for 3,064, Nanda for 3,065, Nanda for 3,066, Nanda for 3,067, Nanda for 3,068, Nanda for 3,069, Nanda for 3,070, Nanda for 3,074, Nanda for 3,073, Nanda for 3,073, Nanda for 3,074, Nanda for 3,075, Nanda for 3,076, Nanda for 3,077, Nanda for 3,078, Nanda for 3,079, Nanda for 3,080, Nanda for 3,081, 940,082, 940,083, 940,084, 940,085, 940,086, 940,087, 940,088, 940,089, 940,090, 940,091, 940,092, 940,093, 940,094, 940,095, 940,096, 940,097, 940,098, 940,099, 940,100, 940,101, 940,102, 940,103, 940,104, 940,105, 940,106, 940,107, 940,108, 940,109, 940,110, 940,111, 940,112, 940,113, 940,114, 940,115, 940,116, 940,116, 940,118, 940,119, 940,120, 940,121, 940,122, 940,133, 940,134, 940,135, 940,136, 940,137, 940,138, 943,889, 943,890, 940,891, 940,819, 940,893, 940,894, 940,895, 940,896, 940,897, 940,898, 940,899, 940,900, 940,901, 940,902, 940,903, 940,904, 940,905, 940,906, 940,907, 940,908, 940,909, 940,910, 940,911, 940,912, 940,913, 940,914, 940,914, 940,916, 940,917, 940,918, 940,919, 940,920, 940,931, 940,932, 940,933, 940,934, 940,935, 940,936, 940,937, 940,938, 940,939, 940,930, 940,931, 940,932, 940,934, 940,934, 940,935, 940,936, 940,937, 940,938, 940,939, 940,940, 940,941, 940,942, 940,943, 940,944, 940,945, 940,946, 940,947, 940,948, 940,949, 940,950, 940,951, 940,952, 940,953, 940,954, 940,955, 940,956, 940,957, 940,958, 940,959, 940,960, 940,961, 940,962, 940,963, 940,964, 940,965, 940,966, 967, 968, 969, 943,970, 940,971, 940,972, 940,973, 940,974, 940,975, 940,976, 940,977, 940,978, 940,979, 943,980. Nanda 40 Nanda 81, Nanda 40 Nanda 82, Nanda 40 Nanda 83, Nanda 40 Nanda 84, Nanda 40 Nanda 85, Nanda 40 Nanda 86, Nanda 40 Nanda 87, Nanda 40 Nanda 88, Nanda 40 Nanda 89, Nanda 40 Nanda 90, Nanda 40 Nanda 91. Nanda for the Nanda Nature, Nanda for the Nanda Nature, Nanda for the Nanda 94, Nanda for the Nanda 95, Nanda for the Nanda 96, Nanda for the Nanda 97, Nanda for the Nanda 98, Nanda for the Nanda 99, Nanda for 3,999, 944,000, 944,001, 944,002, 944,003, 944,004, 944,005, 944,006, 944,007, 944,008, 944,009, 944,010, 944,011, 944,012, 944,013, 944,014, 944,015, 944,016, 944,017, 944,018, 944,019, 944,019, 944,020, 944,021, 944,020, 944,023, 944,024, 944,025, 944,026, 944,027, 944,028, 944,029, 944,030, 944,031, 944,032, 944,033, 944,034, 944,035, 944,036, 944,037, 944,038, 944,039, 944,040, 944,041, 944,042, 944,043, 944,044, 944,045, 944,046, 944,047, 944,048, 944,046, 944,047, 944,048, 944,049, 944,050, 944,061, 944,062, 944,063, 944,064, 944,065, 944,066, 944,067, 944,068, 944,069, 944,070. 944,051, 944,052, 944,053, 944,054, 944,055, 944,056, 944,057, 944,058, 944,059, 944,060. 944,061, 944,062, 944,063, 944,064, 944,065, 944,066, 944,063, 944,064, 944,065, 944,066, 944,067, 944,068, 944,069, 944,070, 944,071, 944,072, 944,073, 944,074, 944,075, 944,076, 944,077, 944,078, 944,079, 944,080, 944,081, 944,082, 944,083, 944,084, 144,000 and 75,000, 144,076, 144,077, 944,078, 944,079, 944,080, 944,081, 944,082, 944,083, 944,084, 944,085, 944,086, 944,087, 944,088, 944,089, 944,090, 944,091, 944,092, 944,093, 944,094, 944,095, 944,096, 944,097, 944,098, 944,099, 944,100, 944,101, 944,102, 944,103, 944,104, 944,105, 944,106, 944,107, 944,108, 944,109, 944,110, 944,111, 944,112, 944,113, 944,114, 944,115, 944,116, 944,117, 944,118, 944,119, 944,120, 944,800, 944,801, 944,802, 944,803, 944,804, 944,805, 944,806, 944,807, 944,808, 944,809, 944,810, 944,811, 944,812, 944,813, 944,814, 944,815, 944,816, 944,817, 944,818, 944,819, 944,820, 944,821, 944,822, 944,823, 944,824, 944,825, 944,826, 944,827, 944,828, 944,829, 944,830, 944,831, 944,832, 944,833, 944,834, 944,845, 944,846, 944,847, 944,848, 944,849, 944,850, 944,851, 944,852, 944,853, 944,854, 944,855, 944,856, 944,857, 944,858, 944,859, 944,860, 944,861, 944,862, 944,863, 944,864, 944,865, 944,866, 944,867, 944,868, 944,869, 944,870, 944,871, 944,872, 944,873, 944,874, 944,875, 944,806, 944,807, 944,808, 944,809, 944,880, 944,881, 944,882, 944,883, 944,884, 944,885, 944,886, 944,887, 944,888, 944,889, 944,890, 944,891, 944,892, 944,893, 944,894, 944,895, 944,896, 944,897, 944,898, 944,899, 944,900, 944,901, 944,902, 944,903, 944,904, 944,905, 944,906, 944,907, 944,908, 944,909, 944,910, 944,911, 944,912, 944,913, 944,914, 944,915, 944,916, 944,917, 944,918, 944,919, 944,920, 944,921, 944,922, 944,923, 944,924, 944,925, 944,926, 944,927, 944,928, 944,929, 944,930, 944,931, 944,932, 944,933, 944,934, 944,935, 944,936, 944,937, 944,938, 944,939, 944,940, 944,941, 944,942, 944,943, 944,944, 944,945, 944,946, 944,947, 944,948, 944,949, 944,950, 944,951, 944,952, 950, 954, 955, 956, 957, 958, 959, 960, 961, 962, 963, 964, 965, 966, 967, 968, 969, 970, 971, 972, 973, 974, 975, 976, 977, 978, 979, 980, Nanda for total 981, Nanda for total 982, Nanda for total 983, Nanda for total 984, Nanda for total 985, Nanda for total 986, Nanda for total 987, Nanda for total 988, Nanda for total 989, Nanda for total 990, Nanda for total 991, Nanda for total 919, Nanda for total 919, Nanda for total 994, Nanda for total 995, Nanda for total 996, Nanda for total 997, Nanda for total 998, Nanda for total 999, 945,000. Nanda for 12,001, Nanda for 12,002, Nanda for 12,003, Nanda for 12,004, Nanda for 12,005, Nanda for 12,006, Nanda for 12,007, Nanda for 12,008, Nanda for 12,009, Nanda for 12,010, Nanda for 12,011, Nanda for 12,012, Nanda for 12,013, Nanda for 12,014, Nanda for 12,015, Nanda for 12,016, Nanda for 12,017, Nanda for 12,018, Nanda for 12,019, Nanda for 12,020. Nanda for 5,021, Nanda for 5,022, Nanda for 5,023, Nanda for 5,024, Nanda for 5,025, Nanda for 5,026, Nanda for 5,027, Nanda for 5,028, Nanda for 5,029, Nanda for 5,030. Nanda for 5,031, Nanda for 5,032, Nanda for 5,033, Nanda for 5,034, Nanda for 5,035, Nanda for 5,036, Nanda for 5,037, Nanda for 5,038, Nanda for 5,039, Nanda for 5,040. Nanda for 5,041, Nanda for 5,042, Nanda for 5,043, Nanda for 5,044, Nanda for 5,045, Nanda for 5,046, Nanda for 5,047, Nanda for 5,048, Nanda for 5,049, Nanda for 5,050, Nanda for 5,051, Nanda for 5,052, Nanda for 5,053, Nanda for 5,054, Nanda for 5,055, Nanda for 5,056, Nanda for 5,057, Nanda for 5,058, Nanda for 5,059, Nanda for 5,060, Nanda for 5,061, Nanda for 5,062, Nanda for 5,063, Nanda for 5,064, Nanda for 5,065, Nanda for 5,066, Nanda for 5,067, Nanda for 5,068, Nanda for 5,069, Nanda for 5,070. Nanda for 5,071, Nanda for 5,072, Nanda for 5,073, Nanda for 5,074, Nanda for 5,075, Nanda for 5,076, Nanda for 5,077, Nanda for 5,078, Nanda for 5,079, Nanda for 5,080. Nanda for 5,081, Nanda for 5,082, Nanda for 5,083, Nanda for 5,084, Nanda for 5,085, Nanda for 5,086, Nanda for 5,087, Nanda for 5,088, Nanda for 5,089, 990, 991, 992, 993, 994, 995, 996, 997, 998, 999, 94100, 94101, 94102, 94103, 94104, 94105, 94106, 94107, 94108, 94109, 94110, 94111, 94112, 94113, 94114, 94115, 94116, 94117, 94118, 94119, 94120, 94121, 94122, 94123, 94124, 94125, 94126, 94127, 94128, 94129, 94130, 94131, 94132, 94133, 94134, 94135, 94136, 94137, 94138, 94139, 94140. Onda for fata la onda for swim, onda for fata la onda for swim, onda for fata la onda for trip, onda for fata la onda for swim, onda for fata la onda for fat, onda for fata la onda for six, onda for fata la onda for seven, onda for fata la onda for eight, onda for fata la onda for nine, onda for fata la onda 50. Onda for fata la onda for 1, onda for fata la onda for 2. Onda for fata la onda for 3, onda for fata la onda for 4, onda for fata la onda for 5, onda for fata la onda for 6, onda for fata la onda for 7, onda for fata la onda for 8, onda for fata la onda for 9, onda for fata la onda 60, onda for fata la onda 61, onda for fata la onda 62, onda for fata la onda 63, onda for fata la onda 64, onda for fata la onda 65, onda for fata la onda 66, onda for fata la onda 67, onda for fata la onda 68, onda for fata la onda 69, onda for fata la 170, onda for fata la onda 71, onda for fata la onda 72, onda for fata la onda 73, onda for fata la onda 74, onda for fata la onda 75, onda for fata la onda 76, onda for fata la onda 77, onda for fata la onda 78, onda for fata la onda 79, onda for fata la onda 80, onda for fata la onda 81, onda for fata la onda 82, onda for fata la onda 83, onda for fata la onda 84, onda for fata la onda 85, onda for fata la onda 86, onda for fata la onda 87, onda for fata la onda 88, onda for fata la onda 89, onda for fata la onda 90, onda for fata la onda 91, onda for fata la onda 92, onda for fata la onda 93, onda for fata la onda 94, onda for fata la onda 95, onda for fata la onda 96, onda for fata la onda 97, onda for fata la onda 98, onda for fata la onda 99, onda for 12,200, onda for fata la 201, onda for fata la 202, onda for fata la 200. 944,310, 944,311, 944,312, 944,313, 944,314, 944,315, 944,316, 944,317, 944,318, 944,319, 944,320, 944,321, 944,322, 944,323, 944,324, 944,325, 944,326, 944,327, 944,328, 944,329, 944,330, 944,331, no wonder for 4,232. No wonder for 4,233. No wonder for 4,234. No wonder for 4,235. No wonder for 4,236. No wonder for 4,237. No wonder for 4,238. No wonder for 4,239. No wonder for 4,240. No wonder for 4,245. No wonder for 4,242. No wonder for 4,243. No wonder for 4,244. No wonder for 4,245. No wonder for 4,246. No wonder for 4,247. No wonder for 4,248. No wonder for 4,249. No wonder for 4,250. No wonder for 4,251. No wonder for 4,252. No wonder for 4,253. No wonder for 4,253. No wonder for 4,254. No wonder for 4,255. Now under for 5,256, now under for 5,257, now under for 5,258, now under for 5,259, now under for 5,260, now under for 5,261, now under for 5,262, now under for 5,263, now under for 5,264, now under for 5,265, now under for 5,266, now under for 5,267. Now under 4,268, now under 4,269, now under 4,270, now under 4,271, now under 4,272, now under 4,273, now under 4,274, now under 4,275, now under 4,276, now under 4,277, now under 4,278, now under 4,279. Now under 4,280. Now under 4,281. Now under 4,282. Now under 4,283. Now under 4,284. Now under 4,285. Now under 4,286. Now under 4,287. Now under 4,288. Now under 4,289. Now under 4,290. Now under 4,291, now under 4,292, now under 4,293, now under 4,294, now under 4,295, now under 4,296, now under 4,297, now under 4,298, now under 4,299, now under 4,400. Now under 4,401, now under 4,402, now under 4,403, now under 4,404, now under 4,405, now under 4,406, now under 4,407, now under 4,408, now under 4,409, now under 4,410. Now under 4,411, now under 4,412, now under 4,413, now under 4,414, now under 4,415, now under 4,416, now under 4,416, now under 4,418, now under 4,419, now under 4,420. Now under 4,422, now under 4,422, now under 4,423. Now under 4,484, now under 4,485, now under 4,486, now under 4,487, now under 4,488, now under 4,489, now under 4,430. Now under 4,434, now under 4,432, now under 4,433, now under 4,434, now under 4,435, now under 4,436, now under 4,437, now under 4,438, now under 4,439, now under 4,450, now under 4,412. Now under 4,453, now under 4,453, now under 4,454, now under 4,455, now under 4,456, now under 4,457, now under 4,458, now under 4,459, now under 4,460. Now under 4,461, now under 4,462, now under 4,463, thousand 464, 904,465, 904,466, 904,467, 904,468, 904,469, 904,470. Nanda Fata Fonda Sifra, 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 Fonda Sifra, Nanda Fata Fonda Sifra, Nanda Fata Fonda Sifra, Nanda Fata Fonda Each, 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 Nanda Fata Fonda is 9, Nanda Fata Fonda 19, 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 Nanda Fata Fonda 97, Nanda Fata Fonda 98, Nanda Fata Fonda 99, Nanda Fata 500. Nahunda Fatalan 500 Damon, Nahunda Fatalan 500, Nahunda Fatalan 500, Nahunda Fatalan 500, Nahunda Fatalan 505, Nahunda Fatalan 500, Nahunda Fatalan 507, Nahunda Fatalan 508, Nahunda Fatalan 509, Nahunda Fatalan 510, Nahunda Fatalan 511, Nahunda Fatalan 512, Nahunda Fatalan 513, Nahunda Fatalan 514, Nahunda Fatalan 515, Nahunda Fatalan 516, Nahunda Fatalan 517, Nahunda Fatalan 518, Nahunda Fatalan 519, Nahunda for 5,520. Nahunda for 5,521. Nahunda for 5,522. Nahunda for 5,523. Nahunda for 5,524. Nahunda for 5,525. Nahunda for 5,526. Nahunda for 5,527. Nahunda for 5,528. Nahunda for 5,529. Nahunda for 5,530. Nahunda for 5,531, Nahunda for 5,532, Nahunda for 5,533, Nahunda for 5,534, Nahunda for 5,535, Nahunda for 5,536, Nahunda for 5,537, Nahunda for 5,538, Nahunda for 5,539, Nahunda for 5,540, Nahunda for 5,541, Nahunda for 5,542, Nahunda for 5,543, Nahunda for 5,544, Nahunda for 5,545, Nahunda for 5,546, Nahunda for 5,547, Nahunda for 5,548, Nahunda for 5,549, Nahunda for 5,550, Nahunda for 5,551, Nahunda for 5,552, Nahunda for 5,553, Nahunda for 5,554, Nahunda for 5,555, Nahunda for 5,556, Nahunda for 5,557, Nahunda for 5,558, Nahunda for 5,559, Nahunda for 5,560, Nahunda for 5,561, Nahunda for 5,562, Nahunda for 5,563, Nahunda for 5,564, Nahunda for 5,565, Nahunda for 5,566, Nahunda for 5,567, Nahunda for 5,568, Nahunda for 5,569, Nahunda for 5,570, Nahunda for 5,570, Nahunda for 5,570, Nahunda for 5,570, Nahunda for 5,574, Nahunda for 5,575, Nahunda for 5,576, Nahunda for 5,577, Nahunda for 5,578, Nahunda for 5,579, Nahunda for 5,580. Nahunda for 5,581, Nahunda for 5,582, Nahunda for 5,583, Nahunda for 5,584, Nahunda for 5,585, Nahunda for 5,586, Nahunda for 5,587, Nahunda for 5,588, Nahunda for 5,589, Nahunda for 5,590. Nahunda for 5,591, Nahunda for 5,592, Nahunda for 5,593, Nahunda for 5,594, 9,595, 9,596, 9,597, 9,598, 9,599, 9,45,600. Number for factor 601, number for factor 602, number for factor 603, number for factor 604, number for factor 605, number for factor 606, number for factor 607, number for factor 608, number for factor 609, number for factor 610, number for factor 611, number for factor 612, number for factor 613, number for factor 614, number for factor 615, number for factor 616, number for factor 617, number for factor 618, number for factor 619, number for factor 620. Number for factor 601, number for factor 602, number for factor 623, number for factor 624, number for factor 625, number for factor 626, number for factor 627, number for factor 628, number for factor 629, number for 5,630. 9,631, 9,632, 9,633, 9,634, 9,635, 9,636, 9,637, 9,638, 9,639, 9,640. 9,641, 9,642, 9,643, 9,644, 9,645, 9,646, 9,647, 9,648, 9,649, 9,650. 9,651, 9,652, 9,653, 9,654, 9,655, 9,656, 9,657, 9,658, 9,659, 9,660. 9,661, 9,662, 9,663, 9,664, 9,665, 9,666, 9,667, 9,668, 9,669, 9,670. 9,661, 9,662, 9,663, 9,664, 9,665, 9,666, 9,667, 9,668, 9,669, 9,680. 9,681, 9,682, 9,683, 9,684, 9,685, 9,686, 9,687, 9,688, 9,689, 9,690. 9,691, 9,692, 9,693, 9,694, 9,695, 9,696, 9,697, 9,698, 9,699, 9,5,700, 9,5,701, 9,5,702, 9,5,703, 9,5,704, 9,5,705, 9,5,706, 9,5,707, 9,5,708, 9,5,709, 945,710. 9,5,711, 9,5,712, 9,5,713, 9,5,714, 9,5,715, 9,5,716, 9,5,717, 9,5,718, 9,5,719, 9,5,720. 9,5,721, 9,5,722, 9,5,723, 9,5,724, 9,5,725, 9,5,726, 747, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 947, 945,800. 945,801, 945,802, 945,803, 945,804, 945,805, 945,806, 945,807, 945,808, 945,809, 945,810, 945,811, 945,812, 945,813, 945,814, 945,815, 945,816, 945,817, 945,818, 945,819, 945,820. 945,821, 945,822, 945,823, 945,824, 945,825, 945,826, 945,827, 945,828, 945,829, 945,830, 945,831, 945,832, 945,833, 945,834, 945,835, 945,836, 945,837, 945,838, 945,839, 945,840, 945,841, 945,842, 945,843, 945,842, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 5, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 6, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 7, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 8, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 9, Nanda for Fata, Itran 15, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 12, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 2, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 3, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 4, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 5, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 6, Nanda for Fata, Itran for 7, Nanda for Fata, Itra 58, Nanda for Fata, Itra 59, Nanda for Fata, Itra 60, Nanda for Fata, Itra Central, 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 Nanda for Fata, Itra 77, Nanda for Fata, Itra 78, Nanda for Fata, Itra 79, Nanda for Fata, Itra 90. H1 18, na Honda kufuata na H1 H1, na Honda kufuata na H1 H2, na Honda kufuata na H1 H3, na Honda kufuata na H1 H4, na Honda kufuata na H1 H5, na Honda kufuata na H1 H6, na Honda kufuata na H1 H7, na Honda kufuata na H1 H8, na Honda kufuata na H1 H9, na Honda 45 na H190. Na Honda kufuata na H191, na Honda kufuata na H192, na Honda kufuata na H193, na Honda kufuata na H194, na Honda kufuata na H195, na Honda kufuata na H196, na Honda kufuata na H197, na Honda kufuata na H198, na Honda kufuata na H199, na Honda 45,900. Na Honda kufuata na 901, na Honda kufuata na 902, na Honda kufuata na 903, na Honda kufuata na 904, na Honda kufuata na 905, na Honda kufuata na 906, na Honda kufuata na 907, na Honda kufuata na 908, na Honda kufuata na 909, na Honda kufuata na 910, na Honda kufuata na 911, na Honda kufuata na 912, na Honda kufuata na 913, na Honda kufuata na 914, na Honda kufuata na 915, na Honda kufuata na 916, na Honda kufuata na 916, na Honda kufuata na 917, na Honda kufuata na 918, na Honda kufuata na 919, na Honda kufuata na 920, na Honda kufuata na 921, na Honda kufuata na 922, na Honda kufuata na 923, na Honda kufuata na 924, na Honda kufuata na 925, na Honda kufuata na 926, na Honda kufuata na 927, na Honda kufuata na 928, na Honda kufuata na 929, na Honda kufuata na 930, na Honda kufuata na 931, na Honda kufuata na 932, na Honda kufuata na 933, na Honda kufuata na 934, na Honda kufuata na 935, na Honda kufuata na 936, na Honda kufuata na 937, na Honda kufuata na 938, na Honda kufuata na 939, na Honda kufuata na 940, na Honda kufuata na 941, na Honda kufuata na Honda 40, na Honda kufuata na Honda 40, na Honda kufuata na Honda 44, na Honda kufuata na Honda 45, na Honda kufuata na Honda 46, na Honda kufuata na Honda 47, na Honda kufuata na Honda 48, na Honda kufuata na Honda 49, na Honda kufuata na Honda 50, na Honda kufuata na Honda 51, na Honda kufuata na Honda 52, na Honda kufuata na Honda 53, na Honda kufuata na Honda 54, na Honda kufuata na Honda 55, na Honda kufuata na Honda 56, na Honda kufuata na Honda 57, na Honda kufuata na Honda 58, na Honda kufuata na Honda 59, na Honda kufuata na Honda 60, na Honda kufuata na Honda 61, na Honda kufuata na Honda 62, na Honda kufuata na Honda 63, na Honda kufuata na Honda 64, na Honda kufuata na Honda 65, na Honda kufuata na Honda 66, na Honda kufuata na Honda 67, na Honda kufuata na Honda 68, na Honda kufuata na Honda 69, na Honda kufuata na Honda 70, na Honda kufuata na Honda 71, na Honda kufuata na Honda 72, na Honda kufuata na Honda 73, na Honda kufuata na Honda 74, na Honda kufuata na Honda 75, na Honda kufuata na Honda 76, na Honda kufuata na Honda 77, na Honda kufuata na Honda 78, na Honda kufuata na Honda 79, na Honda 45,980. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . 900 kupata 900 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 900 kupata 989 900 kupata 990 900 kupata 991 900 kupata 992 900 kupata 993 900 kupata 990 excuse me 994 900 kupata 995 900 kupata 996 900 kupata 997 900 kupata 998 900 kupata 999 945,999 946,000. Okay, everyone, let's go on a short break and we'll be right back. So I'm gonna continue from 946,000 after the break period. It's gonna be short. Thank you and see you right after now.